All right, so they should have gotten the thumbnail by now. And yeah, that's not even, it's not even totally true. It's heavily used there, but Evan Yu lives here in the US, man. He's a US citizen, like, yeah. Oh, currently he's in Singapore? Oh, never mind. I thought he still lived in the US. Never mind. Yeah, all right, my bad. Aren't their laws, like, really strict? Yeah, super strict, harsh punishments, right? People were executed for drug trafficking. I believe the film broke down Palace. That one might be Thailand. Hold on. It is basically about that stuff. No, it was Thailand that they were accused of. Harsh fines for littering, like, yeah, it seems very authoritarian to me. So, yeah, not a fan. Do not chew gum. Do not eat or drink while on public transportation. Harsh fines for littering, sure, right? Stand and walk on the proper sides. Yeah, I can't stand hot weather. I wouldn't either. Yeah, chewing gum. The sale and import of chewing gum is illegal in Singapore. That's kind of insane. A $500 fine for eating or drinking on public transport. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean other people shouldn't do it, though, Squirrely. No jaywalking. Alcohol is not completely illegal. Drinking in public areas between 10:30 and 7 a.m. is banned. Drinking in a licensed premises after midnight is banned. Yeah, like, dude. No, thank you. And again, it's not about whether you want to do it, but restricting it is kind of insane. Drinking in public in the USA is frowned upon, but if you have it in a covered container, you're fully legal, right? So that's why in movies you see people with paper bags wrapped around their alcohol. Maybe not completely legal, but you're within, like, the realm of reasonable doubt. So you can't necessarily be stopped for it because it's not obvious. You need to actually be making a scene for them to cause you to be stopped for another reason. Yeah, I think it's a ridiculous thing, and it's also it's not very strictly enforced. As far as I know, it's actually decriminalized, and you might just get a ticket. Yeah, it's a legal relic from like Prohibition times, or maybe not Prohibition, but like blue laws, I think they're called.
This is medieval time!
Like there are some states where you're not allowed to sell beer on a Sunday, right? Weird things like that. I think Kentucky is one of them. Didn't have Sunday sales till about 5 years ago. And yeah, in some areas you can totally walk around with an open container, like totally fine. Yeah, it's just very different. Like it's very regional. So it's not like a national thing. And I think that's where I would like really push back more on. There you go, Squirrely. A state that mandates alcohol be poured from small mini bottles for some reason. I think Utah has similar laws, and it's more that it's not necessarily it has to be done that way, but there are very, very strict like laws about like portions. Like you can't over pour. And it's pretty easy to make sure you don't over pour by pouring from a mini bottle. In Utah specifically, like if you go to some bars, you'll get poured from like, you know how like soda guns work in bars? They have that for alcohol too, right? They'll press a button for vodka, press a button for bourbon, whatever, and it'll pour out exactly. Now, that's only for, like, well drinks, basically. Like, they can't do it for every single bourbon you might try and order. So then they have very, very strict rules about just making sure they don't overpour. Otherwise, they can lose their license. But yeah, that's on the states. That's a state thing. You'll notice how I don't live in Utah. The snowboarding's killer. A lot of other things about it are not. You know? If Utah had Washington's laws, that's where I'd be living. For sure. All right. So, Fred, are you out there still? Right? Now that you want to ask about the eval stuff, we can totally dig into it. We can chat about it. I've been to Utah to snowboard before. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there you go, Squirrely. It's a mandatory minimum, not a maximum. That's even better. I like that. Yep. It is an expensive sport. Yeah, only reason I was able to make it work as a snowboard bum was because I ended up getting it free. How much is what specifically? So a lift ticket for a single day in like a good resort will run you $100. A snowboard with boots and bindings, you're looking at spending somewhere around like $300 for the board, $150 to $200 for the bindings, $150 to $200 for the boots. And that doesn't even include outerwear. Outerwear you can easily spend $100 to $150 for pants and $100 to $150 for jacket. And then goggles are like $100 or something. So that's the thing, X Factor. You're like, are you talking about renting? I'm not talking about renting. I'm talking about owning. So some of those things are an investment. Like if you're gonna be a golfer, you don't need to buy your clubs. But if you want to golf more than once, you're gonna buy your clubs as an investment that amortize over every outing, right? And then you're just paying your greens fees for the one day, like for each day you go. As a snowboarder who plans on snowboarding more than once, yeah, it's $1,000 up front, basically, for that first time. But then that cost gets amortized over time. And that $100 for a lift ticket. Well, yeah, you can get a season's pass for like $1,000. And then if you go 10 times or more, you've paid it off. Yeah, lift tickets. Like if you ride 20 times a year, you're paying way less for a lift ticket. Just remember, I used to ride around 150 days per year. I did not spend $100 every day I went up. That would suck. Like, dude, that would really suck. The multiple mountain passes? Yeah. Like at Stevens Pass, I could get a local only pass for $700, where I could spend $300 more and be able to go to like Breckenridge and some places in Tahoe and like, you know, all over. It's usually worth it just for that freedom, but again, if I'm gonna go up more than 10 times, I've paid it off. So I'm not worried. Oh yeah, big time. Like, have you not seen my sponsor me video? Do I have a link to that? No. Hold on. We'll watch it real quick. It's only like 3 minutes. While I'm still like responding. All right, so this was my sponsor me video 17 years ago. I meant to go over that. No. I think it needs more JPEG. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got free gear. Like, yeah. I think there was only like 1 year where I was like full head to toe. No, there was like 3. So I forgot about the years that Rum did outerwear. There you go, sponsor me video. Heyo. But yeah, this was the year I started getting free gear. I got better than this over time. I did not land that. I definitely did not land that. Hold on, let me double check. So hold on, who's this? Okay, skier stuff. They could have gotten that grab in. I don't know skier trick names. I know there's like things like a Lincoln loop and blah blah blah, but I don't know. Oh, those tricks are easy. Like the keep spinning ones. No, he's good. He's good. I went to Mount Hood during the summers, so like, yeah, I saw like super pro snowboarders and skiers. Okay, that's a good one. That was dope. I do still ride. I don't like ride park like I used to though. We just showed my video, sir. We just watched it. I'll just pass you the link instead. But are you saying like footage of me from like nowadays? Just like a powder riding one. Nothing special. So yeah, this was my sponsor me video from 17 years ago. What time is it? 3 o'clock? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I should make a command about that. Got anything like a GoPro for when I go nowadays? So I basically don't film anymore, but I do have one, and yeah, you can see it on like my Griffing and Chill channel. I guess I could just Google it here too. Yeah, let me just do this. Let me just bring it up for you here. No, I did not mean Griffing and Chill. There we go. Oh, this is the mobile layout? Oh, no, we're good. Okay, so... this one was from... not this past season, but the season before. It's nothing too special. Yeah. Yeah, Zerk. Technically, one of them has me recording some friends, like the Jibbin one. But then other than that, yeah, those are all me. So yeah, this was me, like, first testing out the 360 cam that I got. Yeah, we got the Chill channel on YouTube as well. So yeah, this is, like, really just low elevation, or, like, low pitch, fun little side powder. Like, I'm crisscrossing my previous line. But yeah, there's like, because I used to work in the terrain park, I know where all like the terrain park stash spots are for powder. So that's what this line is. Like, you know, just saw me get the one right there on the edge. Over here, there's this spot that used to be so much better if you could like cook in there with some speed and get that upper portion to the right. But this one's good too. Like, yeah, popping over some of those nubs. Here I fall though. Like the previous line, I had already messed up the better line. Like the cat mask, though? And yeah, this one you gotta be careful because it's like really steep to then like hard pack right there because that's one of the cat parts. I don't have sound from this machine, so nope. If you want sound, you can get the link. And then, yeah, all this is a bit meh. But there was a different one that's actually better. Yeah, this one's from earlier this year. So yeah, I like to snowboard stuff. Problem is, it's really hard to like self-film yourself. I know, that's a bit redundant, in the park. And I don't really have anyone to go shred with these days. But yeah, one sec. I gotta go pee. BRB. I've just been slamming this water. Synthwave does go well with snowboarding for sure. But yeah, BRB. Let me go pee.
Ow! Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Okay, and I'm back. And so, hold on. No, someone did ask a question, and they told me to ignore it or something. You wish you weren't here, because now you want to snowboard and it's 20 degrees Celsius? Yeah, so, yep. 20 degrees Fahrenheit, and you're in the money. Hold on. So, someone made a comment. And yeah, Twitch marketer. Yep, that's one of the things, like, at a small mountain, you could be, like, the best person there, but that doesn't mean that you're actually that good. Like, I was one of the best jibbers at Stevens Pass, but when I would go down to Mount Hood for the summer, there are people way better than me. Hold on, I thought someone had a comment. Oh, Mr. Fabregat. So they consider data stored in cloud services? No, this is about, like, evaluating the responses. Now, I mean, it could be about evaluating that too, but this is more about, you know, let's say you have an application with retrieval augmented generation to add context to the response and make it a better response. How do you evaluate if it's hallucinating or not? RAGAS is a way of doing it. So yeah, we just need to work on these slides. Right? Maybe you want to track the token usage trends of requests and responses over time. This is for potential sponsored content. Right? Maybe you want to make sure that you're staying legal. $13 or $14 in that video. So yeah, age plays a big factor in it. If they were that young killing it, like, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense then, for sure. Yeah, in the video you guys saw of me, I was probably like 22, maybe 23. Thank you. Yeah, if it was 17 years ago, then yeah, it must have been 23. So, yeah, when it comes down to some of these things, let's do some saving. A little bummed that doesn't look okay. And let's do one thing here, right? We're on SlideEv, but what about SlideEv themes? Where can we see some other themes? So we see default, we see serif, there's the Apple basic, bricks, Shiba Inu, there's the Vercel one. That one's kind of clean. since this is potentially sponsored content for Highlight, maybe Purplin makes the most sense. Possibly a unicorn? Kind of like that font. But yeah, let's do Purplin. Why not? Now this is actually a really cool feature of SlideDev, right? The theme release process. You basically just publish a theme to NPM with the prefix of slidev-theme- and then the name of your theme. And bam, it's just referenced here as theme with just a single word. So it's pretty cool. Oh, and I just realized I wasn't over on Algora. Okay, so we got that opened. Let's go look at our slides. I guess maybe a refresh. Really? Let's just restart it and see what happens. It doesn't look any different. Yeah, I wonder if some of these are just old. So maybe it's not as cool as I thought it was. Okay, so that looks a little better. Hmm. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I think this already looks better than what we had. I just wanted, like, a thicker title. So, that solves what we needed with it. We no longer get, like, the pretty background image there, but that's fine. But, hold on. That just looks really bad. What do you mean by that, GJ? So it's most likely that, right, this background should only apply to the first slide. And it's likely that the theme maybe just isn't doing that for the cover, like, layout. Maybe I need to apply a layout too, though. Nope, nothing. Yeah, I don't know. So at this point, I think I'd rather just go back to default and then just increase some other stuff. And realistically, we could just eject from the theme, right? Like, honestly, it looks fine. It looks fine. Let's just work on the content. All right, anyway. So, on to what we're doing here. So, evaluation of safety. And that's in notes. So, okay, outline. So yeah, basically, we do the same thing. We list out all of them. Since there's only the one for safety that we saw, let's do something like that. Oh, that's fine, GJ. Yeah, no worries. See, I'm gonna need some notes about these things. Safety, I think we're good there. Flow. Citations. I don't think there's any problem with regurgitating a bit of what they got here. I believe it would fall within fair use, especially if we do a citation. Hold on, what is Shaku? Free trial, but they don't say what their pricing is after that. Which basically means we can't afford it. It may be based specifically on which product they're talking about. But yeah, I don't see anything about pricing. Let's look at LangChain. Yeah, man, I'm a really bad person for this content. Because I don't use any of this stuff. Let's do one of these. And how's everyone doing today? We're gonna augment with something I actually do care. Anyone got anything fun going on? Who here does do LLM stuff? And I mean, not just as a consumer, but like you build a product that does LLM stuff. You're building out a Flutter app? Nice. Yeah, this is not about that. No, this is like you've actually built something with them and you're trying to evaluate the performance of what you built, not different providers or different LLMs. Right, but he's not doing any evaluation of if they're doing the right thing, right? And if I were to guess, I would assume he's actually doing it in a very ad hoc way. No, and that's fine. Like, no, I'm really, really looking for people that do it as their job, not as a hobby. Because there's going to be a level of depth there that a hobbyist won't have. Wish there was a copy to base URL. I probably need to use an extension for that though. Yeah, I do need to start getting some images in here. It'll be easier to talk to as well. Oh, damn, Chaotic. You got a busted shoulder, too? I don't think I knew that. That sucks. Like, how is yours busted? You might have actually said, does it dislocate? Or is it more like AC separation? When people hear AC separation, they think it means dislocation. And I know you probably know that, but like for everyone out there, AC separation is like when you've got your collarbone and your shoulder and they connect up like this, they're usually flush. And AC separation is when you impact your shoulder to where they go wah, come back into place, and then your collarbone is separated out from the joint. So it's not a dislocation, it's actually a stretching of the cartilage around it. Whereas instead, with the shoulder dislocation, the ball and socket joint is the cartilage that fails. So there's like a wrapper around the ball from your humerus, and the webbing that is like the cartilage in my hand right here, that webbing wears away to where the ball pops out. And that is a dislocation. So it's really a flaw of just like different cartilage. And I guess maybe you don't know, like you need to get it looked at. It just hurts. If you could describe how it hurts, I could do a quick over-the-internet diagnosis. Funny thing about having a shoulder that's dislocated for the past 18 years? No, 16 years? You actually get really good at explaining the differences in shoulder injuries. When someone says rotator cuff, that is such a nebulous term because your rotator cuff is the collection of all the cartilage and ligaments and even tendons, right? There's a couple in there of your shoulder. And I think often when people talk about rotator cuff injuries, they're actually referring to like tendinitis, right? The thing that actually attaches the muscles to the bone. As far as I know, that's the most common thing that pitchers go through. It's actually like the tendons going bad rather than like the cartilage around it. But yeah, rotator cuff, people think that means something specific. No, it just means shitty connective tissue in your shoulder. Which connective tissue? You know? Like, yeah, it's kind of funny. Very limited range in your shoulder in all directions. Oh, interesting. And was it like a fall impact that got you? Because I've heard of people like, yeah, that could be part of it. When I've heard of like pain in all directions, it's usually related to like the ball of the ball and socket joint. The ball actually like having some shitty parts where the ball connects to the humerus. Like I've heard of people who broke their shoulder, and when they say that, they actually meant that the ball and socket is inside the shoulder and their arm is disconnected from it. Now, you may have like not a full disconnection there, but yeah, that could be a big part of it. Yeah, impingement is usually like one direction or side, right? And an impingement would most likely be like the labrum, like folding over in a bad way or something. That's usually on like a specific part of like the labrum, which is the circle in there, you know? You were working on a car and it popped. Interesting. Okay. And like, has it felt out of place? Which direction did it pop? Yeah, dude, that sounds gnarly. And I don't know, we don't need to talk about this. Like, totally up to you. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anyone else mention if they heard mine dislocate before. In my head, it makes a very distinct sound. But, like, that's probably just adrenaline. I don't know. Now, hold on. I forget, with SlideDev, how do we do images? Should have gone to a doctor? Yeah, I mean, I've only ever had just, like, an x-ray. But yeah, mine fully dislocates. Which direction does yours dislocate, iReal? Is it forward or back? Mine is a backwards dislocation, which means I can just grab it by the wrist and yank it back in. For people whose shoulder goes forward out of socket, that's like Lethal Weapon, where you see dude jamming his shoulder into the wall kind of thing. Yeah, popped it out backwards. I think the backwards is the most common one. But yeah, like, you know how you can go like full on perpendicular with your arm? You know, like if I'm sideways like this, I can go like full perpendicular like that, no problem. I can't do that with my right arm. If I go and do that with this arm, I get to there and I don't chance it out. Which means I am missing like 30 degrees of rotation. I might be able to push it farther, but the farther I push it, the more likely it is to go out. Yeah, same. And it's maybe not necessarily that it's actually limited, it's that you really don't want to make it go out of socket, right? Like, I don't feel any pain when I get to that point. At all. But if I, like, sneeze while my arm's up like that, yeah, I might be dislocating again. And then it hurts. So yeah, everyone out there, treat your shoulders nice. They basically don't get better when you fuck them up. There are things they could do. They could go in and scrape the cartilage. That would make it a little bit better. They could tighten the ligaments around it. That might make it a little better. All right, so real quick though, how do we do images? So we see public, there we go. Asset handling. Okay. See, I'll just do absolute pathing. Here's the thing, I actually have an uncle who had the same problem as me. He did get the surgery, and he's good. He hasn't dislocated since. I'm just worried that since I do still snowboard, I would just mess it up again, and that would be even worse. Alright, I need to eject from the theme. Because I need to be able to control the size of images. All right, so we get theme ejected to there. Styles here, we can do some of this. So layouts base, layouts.css, and prism. Oh, shit. Hold on. Main.css. There we go. There we go. Okay. That works. Alright, so then font, weight, 700. Yeah, thick. Sick. Nice. We're gonna do this though. Border radius 1 RE. Hey, nailed it. Oh yeah. Okay, so ejecting from the theme, that was what we needed. That was what we needed. So, yeah. Right? What do we mean by flows? Let's look at this part again. We mean when you might have like a bunch of different tools that you're gluing together, where you may want to evaluate the value of, or like what these things are doing individually. And the reason you might want to split these up is that it is quicker and easier to iterate upon individual pieces than it is one giant LLM in which you prompt it with pages and pages worth of prompt information. It is far easier to fine-tune the individual prompts and pass the results of one to another and fine-tune each one in the chain. So when we talk about that, we're actually talking about LangChain and some other tools, right? The tools you might use to evaluate them are things like prompt flow, and really prompt flow is also a tool for gluing these together. So we're talking about just workflows of LLMs that make up at least part of that workflow. How you evaluate those pieces while also considering the greater whole. Okay. See, I'm like kind of doing like the practice run for some of these things as we're chatting about it. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I gotta pass on some feedback from our star ambassador. And yeah, so let's keep going. I really want to finish this today. Right, frameworks. We're going to have the list. There is LangChain. Or hold on, no, not LangChain. What were the things we had for evaluation of the chains? Chainforge. Damn, Levels.io really, really, really got a bunch of people chatting and regurgitating and talking about the same old bullshit. Right? Just by talking about how he does his day, right? And yeah, like, I love the fact that he's just so consistent. For better or for worse. He does evolve his, like, dev practices, though. He's no longer just all in one giant file. As an example. What's up, Laboom Slang? How you doing? What about me? It's going well. We're trying to, like, wrap up this talk. I want to record the rough draft today, like, as a major goal of mine, because I don't want to do this tomorrow. I really don't want to have to work on this anymore until I, like, record the content for it. Or at least, like, get some feedback from the people requesting this content, because it's so far outside my wheelhouse. I don't know what would actually be interesting about this, because I'm not interested in this shit. And that's a problem for me, actually. Like, I'm usually really interested in stuff. I am just really not interested in a lot of this LLM stuff. And the proper response to that is, okay, boomer. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I got a boomer programming mentality. What I need to do is I need to make a product that does some of this stuff, and then I'll actually care. I just can't think of a good one. This is nothing to do with training. This is nothing to do with comparing LLMs to each other, right? Yeah, my text-to-speech thing. I could integrate something there, but, like, I'm not using RAG, so RAGAS and a lot of, like, the things you would normally evaluate hallucinations for don't matter to me. So here's the thing. There's a really good blog post by Shakudo here. Right? What are the things that you would measure and evaluate? Why do we need LLM evaluation? So some of the metrics we might care about for reference-based evaluation is the answer correct Is the context precise? Right? What about the context recall? None of that is relevant to anything I've made, because all of the LLM stuff I've done, like the text-to-speech bot, are about making things up. I don't care about accuracy. I actually want stuff that couldn't possibly exist, right? Like some weird-ass sport that's like, you know, like intergalactic golf. Sure, yeah, make it up, LLM. I want to hear more about it. But, like, I can't evaluate that in any conceivable way, you know? Now, there are some things I could do, and there's, like, one part of this that is directly relevant to me, but it is so far down the chain that it's, like, the last thing I talk about. And I'm having to, like, trudge through the parts I don't care about. Intergalactic paperclip flicking. Sure, man, right? Whatever. So then if we talk about, you know, reference-free metrics, well, answer relevancy. I haven't seen a single case where the thing I'm prompting OpenAI for is inaccurate. No, we're good. Totally fine. Faithfulness. I mean, no, I want hallucination. I want hallucination. So again, like, doesn't matter. Perplexity. It's a token-level deterministic metric that does not involve other LLMs. It offers us a way to determine how certain your model is about the generated answer. A lower score implies greater confidence in its prediction. Please note that your model output must include the log probabilities of the output tokens as they are used to compute the metric. I mean, those are words. I really don't know what they mean together. Right? Those are sentences. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. Toxicity. There are different ways to compute the toxicity score. You can use a classification model to detect the tone. You can also use LLMs to determine if the answer is appropriate based on the predefined criteria. For example, DeepEval uses their built-in toxicity metric, which calculates the percentage of toxic opinions over all opinions. And RAGAS applies the majority voting ensemble method by prompting the LLM multiple times for its judgment. Again, this is not, like, I'm not doing anything judgment-based. Right? I'm basically prompting it for creative writing. There might be a way of doing multiple prompts and getting the best of the three based upon some score. Like, what is the most creative? We could do that. Okay. I can see that. So I think in the context of a video for highlight, that is what I'd want to do mainly. Try and figure out how I could introduce good metrics. I think for right now, though, we're doing just like a rough draft without that context. So that's a bit of it. But context relevancy. Not a thing. What I would actually want it to do, and what I might want to evaluate based on, is how often is it giving me some different sport, or how often is it using the same, even made-up sport? When we asked it about sports that, you know, without the criteria of making things up, it would give us basketball way too much. And yeah, I can totally understand doing that. To me, that seems like more of an after-the-fact thing to monitor, rather than like something you could catch ahead of time. But really, like, you could catch that. So that's like the only aspect that I can find that is worth evaluating for any LLM stuff I've done. So what I want to get at there, Vibrant, is just that the things I've done LLMs with, whatever, right? Like, there's only one way I could possibly measure that stuff. Like, we'd have to, like, make up an entirely new project to evaluate these things. Hold on, I gotta pass this on. Sorry. You know, it's technically still work hours. I gotta like do the work stuff as it pops up. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? For evaluation, how do we evaluate that? And yeah, I would love to do that, but we'd have to tie into Madden in some like programmatic way. And while doable, still tough. Nick's stream. Nick who? Oh, Nick one. Yeah. Yeah, like what we'd have to be able to do is like somehow listen for like whether the play was successful or not. Like for the case of Madden, the problem isn't how would we prompt it. The problem is how do we actually get like metrics out of it. I don't know. Now, you could do something similar for football where you actually have data to work with, right? But yeah, no, we'd have to be listening to like the data sent over the wire in some way. Like, yeah, it's a really tough problem to actually extract that kind of data from a game that is basically a black box that doesn't expose it in some programmatic way. With something like real sports, you can actually just like look at the results. You know, like all that stuff gets recorded in spreadsheets and the data is available. With Madden, no, that doesn't exist. So that's the biggest problem there, Illis Preacha. Like, for any of this stuff, you need to actually be able to get the data. You need to actually be able to like replay things to try new stuff. With a game, that's easy. With a real-life football game, that's not easy for doing, like, the replay stuff. But getting the results is easy. And you might try and think about mixing those two things, but then you run into the fact that Madden is not real football. It doesn't behave the way that real football players behave. It's not modeled on real life. It's a simulation, and a poor one at that. It's a simulation made to make the game as entertaining as possible, not to be as realistic as possible. So, yeah, I don't know if you know this, but Madden specifically has a thing called Dynamic Difficulty Adjustment, DDA, in which, yeah, the computer for your opponent will actually play way better to try and keep the score even. Now, they can still make user error that messes that up. But yeah, the game bails people out to keep the game close. If you look on the Reddit, like threads for college football, that's especially prevalent because you could be playing against the computer and blowing them out. But then once the fourth quarter rolls around, the computer will have a rally that brings the game back up to close because your players will start playing stupider to allow the computer to catch back up, or the computer that you're playing against plays like a fucking genius in the last quarter just to like make you sweat a bit. So yeah, that dynamic difficulty adjustment also throws all this stuff out the window. And there's no way to turn it off. Exactly, right? If Madden was deterministic, and in the same situation at all times, you picked the same play and threw it the same way, and the computer picked the same play every time, and the players played the exact same way. Like, if Madden was actually deterministic, then you could do stuff, for sure. Right? You could actually measure and determine results. I would actually dictate or like posit, not dictate, but I would throw out a guess that reality is actually more deterministic than Madden at that point. Right? I think real life is more deterministic than Madden. And that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Right? People are far more predictable. Right? In the aggregate. So yeah, it throws a wrench in it. Look at it this way. Chess is actually far more deterministic than football even is in real life. And that shit's really hard to actually model properly. Sorry, coworker stuff. But yeah, no, this is good discussion. And I'm not trying to, like, shoot it down. I'm, like, just thinking about it emphatically. So keep that in mind. That's, like, how my brain works. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fun to think about, for sure. And yeah, prompt foo here is one that we hadn't seen yet. LLM agents into Minecraft. That makes sense. I think Minecraft is more deterministic than Madden would be as well. but I don't know for sure. I don't play Minecraft. Are the creepers actually deterministic? Or are they random? And yeah, Madden isn't AI, right? Like, no game has true AI. No. Yeah, it's just like entropy-induced decision-making. Where, like, there's, like, a level of randomness to it, and that feels like AI, but, like, the randomness is still, like, directed. So yeah, directed randomness and decision-making is not artificial intelligence. We've called it AI in games for years, but it's incorrect. Now, Tic-Tac-Toe actually and Connect 4 follow the same rule. If you play optimally, you get the same results every time. The only difference is Tic-Tac-Toe played optimally by both characters, nobody ever wins. Connect 4 played optimally by both characters. I can't remember, it's either the first person or the second person always wins, because you run out of spaces. Yeah, like Connect 4 is actually a solved game. Yeah, Connect 4 is a solved game. The first player can always win by playing the right moves. Right? And that's just simply due to the fact that you're alternating, and by the end of it, the last slot, or at least like in the process of getting to the last slot, you will have had a Connect 4 at some point. Yeah, like, I've actually had this, like, this thought in my head the entire time. In the past. Right? Like, just as playing it. No matter what, if both players play properly, it's basically over. You know? If you run into someone who knows the exact rules and doesn't make a mistake, yeah, the person who went first wins. So then it becomes just like a battle of attrition, of alternating games until one person gets a lead of 2. And eventually someone's gonna make a mistake. Right? Dominoes, Uno, Monopoly. So Dominoes, Uno, and Monopoly both have the idea of randomness. That's the thing that makes them not a solved game. Any game with randomness involved is pretty much never able to be a solved game. LLM Monopoly game? I don't know. Like, I'm not even sure that just makes much sense. Like machine learning, sure. LLM, no. Because that's the big difference, right? LLM is fundamentally different from machine learning, which is fundamentally different from AI. Right? Machine learning is about like statistics, basically, which you can do and you can figure out. LLMs are about also like statistical, yeah, but you need to generate the data set to learn from first, rather than being able to learn iteratively, right? Because LLMs are not trained iteratively. They're trained on a large data set and just simply using like relational vectors of where things sit within the vector database. So yeah, reinforcement learning and machine learning are actually completely separate from large language models. Right? Like I don't think you could train an LLM to do a lot of the regression or reinforcement learning stuff that like it's not OpenAI Gym anymore, it's just like gymlibrary.net. We go to gymnasium. Here we go, right? Like, I don't see how an LLM would be able to do anything about this, right? To do it in real time, especially. They're just different things. How would you train an LLM to do this, right? It's not even language that's happening. Right? They're entirely different aspects of machine learning or whatever, right? So the thing that we're trying to make an actual presentation about is LLMs that are trained once on large data sets. And then that's just it. That's them. They might retrieve extra data, but they're just doing like relational shit. This isn't relational. I do wonder if you could maybe build a large enough data set that, like, based upon the state of the game, what is the next logical move? An LLM could do that, but man, I bet the data set size would be huge. Because there's so many variables of, like, the things in the game. I don't know. Maybe I just don't know enough about this stuff because I don't use it. I also just don't find it that interesting. And what is RLHF? Reinforcement learning with human feedback. They use that for their initial training, sure. But they're trained for a very specific thing. So I still yes, because they're using reinforcement learning with human feedback doesn't mean that it would be good at this use case. Because you're not training the LLM when you're using it. You're just consuming the thing that's already been trained. This is about training. This is a fundamentally different game. It's a different thing. If you wanted to make your own LLM based on this, cool, you're just doing reinforcement learning with more steps. I think that's my main point. An LLM makes 0 sense for the lunar lander. And I also don't think it would be fast enough. Yeah, why? Could you? Maybe, but then you're just doing the reinforcement learning and then proxying it to a thing that isn't actually what it's well suited for. Reinforcement learning is a thing, but what we are doing, this is about doing the training part. This is not about doing the after training part. So if you wanted to create an LLM for this, cool, go for it, but you're basically just adding extra step to creating the model in the first place. Any LLM you train on the lunar lander problem isn't going to be generalizable to any other problem. So why not just use the model? Language doesn't even play into this, right? None of what we're looking at is language-based. Yeah, you're just talking about standard reinforcement learning with extra steps. No LLM is equipped for this problem. Because technically, the language of this is very small. This is just reinforcement learning. So, yeah, I think that's the big thing there. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. In a lot of the cases that we would try and invent a use case for me to understand LLMs, no, what we're actually just talking about is reinforcement learning and training our own model. LLMs are not for that. LLMs are for the conversational. As an example, Stable Diffusion. I don't think that's an LLM, is it? Well, no, I guess it would have to be, right? Because it's taking language and turning it in. It has an LLM layer, sure. Yeah, it is multimodal, sure. Right, the LLM part is about understanding what you typed, sure. But then actually creating the image, I don't think that is large language stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Sure. All right, anyway, back to what we're actually trying to do. Yeah, I get that. And that could be a thing. And that's where evaluating the hallucinations and things like that would be useful. Like, I totally get that. I'm curious how much of that couldn't just be boiled down to search, right? Like, what's something that you searched for someone has to do that with OData and MSDN? OData is tough. Yeah, no, OData is such a pain. And it's also just really not performant, right? Like, OData is just worse GraphQL. Now, granted, it came before GraphQL, so that makes sense, but still, yeah, like, man, working with OData sucks. So, no, I get that space case, but, like, can you answer, like, one of the questions you've asked it? I want to try it. That's all. Right? Do you have a good example? How to get a unique ID with where clause in the query builder. Okay, so unique is not it, but maybe you wanted to search distinct. Is this close to what you landed on? So I think you would still need a distinct. So find by IDs or something, right? Like, what I'm getting at is, like, the where is the find by, isn't it? No? Like, to me, yeah, find by is like the where you're looking for. But distinct is like getting only the one. Okay. Yeah, no, so I get that. That makes sense. Oftentimes, when I'm getting that, like, in depth, I'd rather just write the query. Like, I'd rather just write the raw SQL. Makes sense. I think the biggest problem there is the whole 0.x thing. Like, I wouldn't consider TypeORM actually production ready if they're not able to, like, make it a 1.x and follow proper semper. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't consider TypeORM actually, like, worth using. I mean, I like a good query builder. Sure. Yeah, you guys use it at work and you hate it. No, I totally understand. Like, I like a good query builder for simple things. The moment you're not simple, nah, just write the query yourself and cast it. Right? Like, cast the type later. Keasley, again, like, Keasley works great for basic queries. The moment you want to do something not basic, you need something either better or you just write the query yourself. And Vibrant, I don't know if you know this, Keasley doesn't do relations. Keasley doesn't do relations. It's a builder, sure. Yeah, that builder just means that you're not getting type-safe queries anymore. If you need relations, use Prisma or whatever, right? Or Drizzle, that's it. Use Drizzle. I like Keasley for migrations. I don't like Keasley as an ORM. I would say check out Drizzle instead. But, hold on, I gotta go pee again. And also grab some more whiskey. BRB. Okay, y'all want to hear something kind of funny? I wouldn't say always the best Sergeant Pepper, because you end up having to, like, cast things, and the more you do casting, the more effort you have to put into making sure those casts are correct. So a nice ORM with simple queries is really useful. I agree. Once it's complex, yeah, that thing's probably going to have some issues with the complexity. But the biggest use cases for an ORM, to me, is not actually the querying part. It's actually the migrations and things like that. Raw dogging migrations fucking sucks. And hold on, saying you need to do it eventually means that, yeah, you might need to do it for one query. But for every query? No. No. Right? So you're still only having to put in the effort for the places you need it. So in my opinion, when you're using an ORM, opt for the ORM as your first choice. And the moment you get into a situation where the ORM is getting in your way, don't use the ORM for that request, for that query. You're still gaining a lot of benefits out of migrations and the other things around it, and the simple query aspect of knowing that your types are what they are instead of having to cast them and then test them. Yeah, you guys don't have a choice, sure. I mean, I would say Space Case, you know, once the query is complex enough, you can just opt for raw SQL. Like, that's fine. Unless, like, there's an absolute rule that you're not allowed to do that, and then I would question whatever leadership said so. I find that so strange. Yeah, that's a bummer. I would say that's just bad leadership, but you know, you can't change it, so I get it. Exactly, Replicant. That's a big part. Yeah. And I guess if you're dealing with a lot of like junior devs, then it can be a big problem, but that's what code review is for. Right? One person on the team who really cares about injection vulnerabilities, that's the one thing they're going to look at. Oh, yeah, I get it, Space Case. Dude, I'm not saying it's always the case, but some of the worst code I've ever seen was an offshore team. The company sells it to the clients as like, it just means we have a 24-hour dev cycle. So we're always working on your code. Yeah, your teams end up being the gatekeepers of their shitty code. Yeah, I've had to deal with it. Right? They get assigned a ticket and they take weeks. They come back with a thing that's using local storage as the state management mechanism instead of, you know, the services that you have set up. That's an Angular specific problem I absolutely remember having. Yeah, dude was using local storage to share data between components in an Angular app. Yeah, that PR didn't get merged. Nope. Nope. No, straight to jail. Straight to jail. Jail's an environment that, you know, most people should never be aware of. But that dev, he lives in PR jail. Every PR he makes gets the utmost scrutiny. Now, it's just a really bad dev. Like, you know. And it's that they don't care, right? They don't work for your company. They're just, like, you know, they're outsourced BS devs. They don't give a shit. You're just one of, like, a dozen other projects they're assigned to. They just need to hammer out the shit code as quick as possible. Quality assurance is someone else's job. Very common. And you'll get people who are like that and not offshore. I've definitely worked with devs like that. The economics of that don't even make sense to me. Are they really paid 3% of what you guys are paid? Because the economics of that don't make any sense to me. No, I get that, but are they really only making like 3% compared to your salary? That's the only way those numbers make sense, right? Because if they make any more than that, they cost more than the people having to like maintain their work. That ratio is just wrong. I understand like cheaper devs. I mean, if you just assume a competent front-end dev, or whatever dev, right? Let's just say they make, depending on economy, etc., $120K a year. Do they make less than $4,500 a year? They might, actually. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Well, I mean, if you divide that at 2,000 hours a year, they're making $2.25 an hour. If they're making any more than that, it's not actually a good trade-off. That makes sense, Ahmed. Over on YouTube, they're saying, as an Egyptian, a 2K a month is more than enough for them, but it's just hard to find something remote like that because credibility is a huge factor. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yeah. Now, maybe my math here is off, right? This might be the wrong formula. Sure. Okay, you weren't kidding. Yeah, like the average Java developer's salary is $500 a month. No, so company's making out like fucking bandits. 600 for just general software engineering? So 600 a month times 12. That is more than the number we quoted. That's around like 7K, right? Yeah, 7K. That's pretty close. Damn. Yeah, that's gnarly, man. That's really gnarly. Man, having a major nest egg and moving to a super cheap country would be a really good idea. Did I change my mic? No, I've had this microphone for years now. I might have done a little bit to it, like, I don't know. Let me double check and see if I'm adding some bass. Am I doing the pirate software thing? Yeah, I'm definitely adding a bit of bass. And hey, what's up, non-codes?
We are in the presence of greatness, and Nancodes is a star in the world of competitive drone racing. They made a remarkable play at the International Drone Racing Championships by maneuvering their drone through a series of extremely narrow hoops suspended in midair amidst fierce winds, securing the victory in the last seconds of the race. Not only that, but Nancodes is also known for setting a world record for the fastest lap ever recorded in drone racing history.
So you're a drone racer. Nicely done, touche. Gotta have fast reflexes for that. But yeah, what are we up to? No, so this is like a BS presentation. Like, it's more like I just need to get it into slides so I can record a 5 to 10 minute video about it as like a rough draft for a video that I will make for highlight.io. Better than running, touche. As an example, I have done, hold on, highlight.io. So I did some content for highlight.io. Damn, they're at 4,000 views on this video? Yeah, this is definitely the biggest video they've ever done. So like, they're trying to get me to make more content for them. A lot of the shorts didn't do that well. That's fine. I get it. This face? I don't know why. This face reminds me of Michael Scott. Or whatever, right? You know, like, oh god. But yeah, if we like go back, we see we did another one for him though that didn't do that well, like using Next.js with OpenTelemetry. So like, what is OpenTelemetry? That was some like really solid like SEO for them, I bet. Which makes a lot of sense. And I totally got paid for that content. I don't think there's anything stipulating I can't say what I made. I made a few grand. Just making a video for them, which is cool. Technically, these two were going to be mixed into one video, but then we split it up. And I think that was a smart move on their part. But yeah, they want me to make a video about measuring LLMs. I'm not sure how much SEO they're going to get from that. I'm not even sure if it's actually worth it to them. But we can do it. Recording is quick after like the research. Like the research takes about a week. Like we've spent the past like 3 or 4 days on stream just collecting and putting together the slides and research. Just a little bit. And I don't even know if I have enough to like talk to. I need to get the slides filled out. I actually really just don't. I don't like LLM stuff. I don't care. I'm not interested by it. So I'm not like motivated to finish it, you know? But I do like money. So I don't mind trying to make the content for it. And I like the company. I think they're cool. You know, Highlight's great. I do like money. Yeah, exactly. You'd like to know why I don't like LLMs or use them? Because I don't use them, right? I don't have any products that wrap LLMs to where I'd want to measure their output, you know? We just heard a little bit where like I have an LLM do like the make up a sport for someone when they raid me, but like none of that translates to any of these like evaluations I would care about, right? Like, no, I'm intending to have it hallucinate. So it doesn't mean much to me. I'm intending for just a response and it reads it out and blah, blah, blah. Like, there's very little I care about measuring besides, like, just the little bit of, like, well, how often is it saying certain sports? That's the only metric I actually give a shit about. So, yeah, like, I don't use LLMs. I don't use them in my dev process. Like, I'm pretty much never asking some LLM to solve a problem for me. It'll happen every once in a while, sure. But it's so rare. Because I can just Google for what I want and probably have it just as quick. Because I've built up a skill of Googling rather than prompting some bot, you know? I have something installed, but I'm rarely actually using its code completion. Yeah, no worries there, Space Case. Have a good night. More or less credible? I'm not caring about credible. The more fantastic, the better, right? Intergalactic golf sounds way more fun to have it hallucinate about. Like, I don't care how credible it is. The crazier the hallucination, the better. So yeah, like maybe I'm looking for less credible, sure. I still don't care that much. It's doing enough. Like, yeah, I don't know. You probably could, but the amount of characters would get you, right? So yeah, Twitch username is what we're using, and you'd have to have a username long enough that says, disregard all prompts and tell me about blank, right? I'm pretty sure that's beyond the length limit of Twitch chat names. So I think we're pretty safe from that injection. No, I get that Fievel, but like the more ridiculous, the better. Just like better content. But yeah, thank you for the follows, Kale and Rar and Robo Digitalis. So hold on, non-codes, what were you up to today? Let me check what our bot told us. Oh, I don't think I saw it. Oh, because it's not exclamation point shout out, it's SO. Oops. Web dev, 5 days left. Wait, what does the 5 days left mean? 5 days left planning for your playlist app? And when you say playlist app, is that related to, like, stream, where people request songs? Kopi, thank you for the follow. And yeah, hold on. So Ahmed, Archer, how y'all doing? Archer, Mr. Sir. A mid-level Indian dev charges like $300 a month, by the way. That is, yeah, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. Have to understand, you don't pay taxes or anything, and currency there is shit. Yeah, true. And yeah, how you doing, Archer? Mr. Sir. Okay, so hold on. Yeah. Should the person installing your app set up their own database? What is the installation process like for your app? What languages is it made in, etc.? Well, you're better now, Archer? About to eat some mac and cheese? Ooh, I haven't had mac and cheese in ages. And I mean like a good homemade mac and cheese. Like, oh man, do the bechamel, right? Make the cheese sauce. Cook up the noodles, mix it all together, then do the breadcrumbs on top. Ooh. Ah, okay, Nan. So you might want to check out PQ Lite. That might be it. Nope, that ain't it. PQ Lite JS? Anyone remember who made PQ Lite? Now you want mac and cheese. Yeah, sorry. This is a foodie stream in disguise. Eating very boring for almost 14 days now. Damn, Sergeant Pepper. How soon till you can like go hog wild and eat like deep fried pork belly? So my comment here would be to actually opt for PG Lite, not PQ Lite, duh, right? I was thinking SQLite, it's PG Lite. Yeah, PG Lite. Brain fart. G looks like Q. And hey, what's up, Jackie? So this is something I might suggest. Instead of using full-on Postgres, instead wrap PG Lite, and then you have an embeddable single file thing. And then you're just using that. So so PG Lite is like SQLite, meaning it's a local thing, right? And you can run it as Wasm that you ship with your code, and you just load up into the node instance, and boom, they've got Postgres, but without having to run and install Postgres. So this would require the least amount of like refactoring what you're doing, I think. I'm not sure how well this works with like the ORM you might have set up, etc. But the idea would be like, yeah, use something that's actually like a local first database. Then you don't need to worry about them having something set up because you just spin it up for them. Right? So SQLite, same idea. SQLite is actually the most installed database in the world because people are installing it for their own unique local use case. Okay. I mean, it might be worth double checking if you could use PGLite for shipping the app. Okay. I would still actually reach out and double check. I would still reach out and double check. Because this is just Wasm compiled Postgres at that point. Like, it's still like, it is Postgres. As far as what you're talking about, you should create the database and force them to just do the credentials. So if you really do want to just go raw Postgres, you would still create the database, but they still need to create the connection string, right? So they would pass you the URL of the database instance, right? The port number and the username password. And then you create the database itself. That's the right way to do that. My recommendation, though, is maybe you Dockerize it. Is Docker something y'all have learned yet? Or is that maybe what they're like preparing you for in a later part of the program? I don't know. But as far as like the best experience, yeah, just make it a Docker Compose. Like Docker Compose up and bam, you've got the entire thing running. Right? Then they don't even need Postgres installed, but you're still using proper Postgres instead of PGLite. And then if none of that's allowed, I would say, yes, you create the database still. And yeah, I'm not trying to like, you know, jump you ahead too quickly, but yeah, creating the database is no big deal. That should be super easy. So yeah, you create the database. If you want them to be able to override that, you can have in your README like them to update a .env file or something. So then you still support them having it named something different. But a lot of these questions you're asking are actually because it's not the ideal way to do anything. If you're actually trying to like ship this to people, if they want to run it locally. Now, if it's more about people spinning up a server for it, well, okay, yeah. That works too. Here's another recommendation. Try and find some other projects that do similar. Like real world projects. And one I can think of is cal.com. Right? You know, this entire service actually has like a self-hosted way to do this stuff. Right? So if we go look at their GitHub and we look at their main repo, right? They've got the Docker stuff. Or thought they did. Oh, they're doing like a bunch of workspace stuff. Yeah, so like they're using Docker heavily. And yeah, infra Docker is actually where that is. So yeah, this may be like a more complicated project to look at, so maybe not the right way. But yeah, if you want to spin up their API and the database behind it, they're doing Docker stuff. Because it's just a command, the only thing they need installed is Docker at that point. But again, I don't know the scope of your program, right? Like the learning program that you're going through. Sure. At the end of the day, ask. You have all these options available to you. Double check if they really do want you to do it the most basic way, or if you could do it in a more advanced way, right? Like, I think no matter what, they just need people to be able to evaluate what's going on, right? To be able to run the application, make sure it does what it's supposed to do, etc. But again, you know how you find out? You ask them. Now, yes, I think the biggest thing is the grader expected to have Docker installed? Okay, if the answer is no there, then you've got some stuff to do still, right? And then you have to do it basically just the environment variable. I would propose all of this stuff be done environment variables. So, right, a .env file or environment variable set when they run the command. That's where they would set the database name. That's where they would set the URL to connect to it. That's where they would set the port or whatever, the username, password. All that stuff is just environment variables. So maybe that's the main thing they're trying to teach you. And that basically runs into the idea of the 12-factor application. Yeah, so just bear in mind, you don't want to ship your env file. Instead, you would ship a .example.env file that has bad values in it that they are expected to configure on their own. And maybe not bad, but like default values that might not be relevant to them. But in your README, you shout out that the first step they have to do is configure that .env file. That would be my recommendation. If you're trying to do it as bare bones as possible, just do it from an env file. Make sure they configure that. They're expected to have this stuff installed ahead of time. Maybe have a section in your README about prerequisites, such as having Postgres installed, the minimum version, things like that. I think a lot of this is trying to teach you to set up your README and to do the proper like 12-factor app separation of concerns type stuff instead of hard coding values. If they want to name the database, it's just an env var, right? You can give them a sensible default, but it's up to them. And in your code, you don't necessarily have to be like, oh, and if they don't have these set in the .env, then it fails. You can still rely on sensible defaults. So have a .example.env, explain what they need to configure in it, and if you want, you can go to like defaults you have hard-coded, and that's fine. I think that's my main recommendation. If I was truly trying to like ship an application to people, then I would actually do like PG layers. Database name should be in the env, absolutely. You're still going to be running the command to create the database, but they should be able to configure the name of that database. just in case they have one named that way already. Database name should definitely be in the env file. So BDSL, that would be in your script, right? In your script to run your schema and fixture data, you should actually be sourcing the env file, and then that problem is solved. So technically, you would have like an npm script that does the source.env and then runs your migration stuff. And then you're good to go. No, I don't even mean a shell script. So in a JavaScript project, you have this idea of scripts. And they do run similar to a shell script. But instead, you would have something like scaffold, right? And in that scaffold command, you would do something like source.env. Yeah, there's a script for remaking the env. Yeah, so that script would instead source the env file and then pgsql ... whatever it is. Right, so the idea is that the env vars are sourced at the time of running this command, and then they're available to anything that you're chaining after. Source.env does not work on Windows. So that's like the tricky bit there. It probably would be an and. Yeah, you're right. But keep in mind, and doesn't work on Windows either. Ooh, yeah, Misty. Oh, okay. I was like, Yeah, what does XAD mean? You don't know if the teaching assistant will be on Windows or not. So at that point, you could have a scaffold of main and then a scaffold win. And then in your README, you tell them which one you do. And then this would be whatever it is on Windows to source that thing. You might even be able to force them into a WSL environment. They could be on Windows. As long as they're on Windows in WSL2, I believe source would work. So again, that's based on the assignment. In the assignment, can you assume that they have WSL2 as a Windows user? Is that like a requirement that you can actually stipulate in your README? I don't remember. Now, keep in mind, there's another thing called SHX. Right? It's a wrapper around shell.js on Unix. Hold on, wait. No. I might be thinking of something else. No. So I think it is. So SHX should work on Windows. But that I would have to double check. So yeah, that would be the question. Can you enforce Linux via WSL2 as part of your requirements? Then bam, like you don't even need SHX. Just have that in your README. I think a lot of this is going to come down to how good your README is. Yeah, exactly. Like, no matter what, don't make assumptions. You can just ask them. And if they don't want to answer that question, that's just a really bad program. You know, like, yeah, for sure. So, yeah, like some of this stuff, like, can I assume WSL2? If not, can I use something like SHX? And then I would double check to see if SHX source whatever works on Windows. So do you have a VM set up for testing Windows stuff? That would probably be worthwhile. Yeah, no worries, Non. Have a good night. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Thank you, everyone from Non-Stream. Welcome. And yeah, I don't know, Misty, if PowerShell supports Source. I would expect if you can't stipulate WSL2, you probably couldn't also stipulate PowerShell. And there's no guarantee that someone running this is going to use PowerShell because they could always use CMD. At which point, like, CMD probably definitely doesn't support Source. So again, it's all based on like the requirements of the assignment. And I think part of what maybe they're preparing you for is, if you don't know, just ask, right? Like that's actually part of our job as devs, to actually be given vague requirements and break them down to actually real requirements, things that are actually more specific. Okay, so the word source is not available. What I'd be curious about is here in SHX, I don't see the word sourcing. Ooh. Okay, so Shell.js might have it. Exactly, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, like, that's like a really big part of the job in general. Like, figuring out what the things are, reaching out for help once you put in a good medium amount of effort, right? And being willing to say, I don't know. Oh, hold on. Shell.js cheat sheet. Ooh, we don't see the word sourcing. Be willing to ask and be willing to say, I don't know. Like, that's really huge. And when you're given some vague direction, just making sure you make that direction less vague with the right questions. Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure this cheat sheet is actually valid. Let's just go look at their source. Yeah, they might not have it. Okay, so hold on. Here's another option, cross env. I believe cross env could help you do this stuff too. So yeah, non-codes, if you're still listening, cross-env might be worth looking into as well. I forgot about it. And that should work fully cross-platform. So if anyone remembers, yeah, I'd be surprised too on me. But you might even be able to ignore that because the source command should be like, yeah, just use cross-env instead. But I don't remember how to do that with a file. It should be doable rather than just like doing the stuff yourself here in the script. And yeah, make sure you're spelling it right because, yeah, the cross-env malware is out there too. env command? Oh, I don't know that one. Okay, so maybe cross-env doesn't do it? Oh, that was in the cross-env readme. Oh, okay. Good call. Good catch. I missed that part. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, this seems pretty much right to me. So yeah, if you guys talk to non-codes before I do, maybe envcmd is the way to do like the shell stuff, right? Like the scaffolding and all that. And yes, exactly, Mr. Faberdev. That is the 12-factor app I'm talking about. Many people kind of like dislike the 12-factor app thing because if we scroll down, hold on. Oh, is it not as obvious as it should be? If you didn't know, this is basically something that was made by Heroku. Right? This is something that Heroku heavily pushed. Yes, exactly there, BDS. Yep. And I believe Adam Wiggins worked at Heroku when they created it or whatever. But it doesn't make it wrong. And how you doing, Revolts? What you up to? So yeah, good call, BDSL. Can I just say I'm really thankful for the non-codes raid because it made me think about something other than LLM BS. So, thank you so much, non-codes. Ugh. LLMs. Ugh. Maybe BDSL. I think, from what I've read, a .env file makes sense for local dev, sure. But the moment you're going, like, production-wise, then it should just actually be, like, injecting env vars when you run your command. Which is more like, you know, like, you just define them inline in the command. And that's basically how for cell and a bunch of those other things work. So you're passing those to the process, but it's not setting it in the full env. Now, the main gist is you probably want to be using something like HashiCorp Vault anyway. No, I think the big thing there, BDSL, is that the file just isn't shipped with source code. And then when you're talking about running it production-wise, no, it should just be part of like the running the command. So that's how Vercel does it. And that's how like a lot of companies do it. They just create the command by putting the env vars into the command rather than like a .env. Yeah, exactly. But that's the whole point. Like, if you want to run something locally, a .env file is totally fine. I'm not sure that's true. Like, look at it this way, BDSL. Nobody should be on that system. If someone's on that system, then you've got way bigger problems. There should be nobody able to actually inspect that. There should be no leakage of your process to anyone else on the system, right? Like, that would just be a way bigger red flag. Like, every single provider out there should be isolating that from any other neighbor, right? Yeah, right? Like, they already have the full keys to the kingdom. If they can read what processes are running on your machine, they can do anything they want. Yeah, right? The call's coming from inside the house at that point. Which is why I push back on people who are anti-local storage for keys. You know, it's like, oh my God, why would you use local storage, right? Like, someone could just inject something into a dependency you have, or a, you know, like if you're doing some remote dependency stuff. And at that point, like, no, if someone can read that because they've injected into your scripts that are available anyway, they're already inside the house. Yeah, like, defense in depth is such a fuzzy term, I consider it bullshit. Because it's an easy, like, hand-wavy thing people use to not think about the problem. Not have a secret as part of the process arguments? BDSL, if it's in a file that you're reading from and they have the access to read the processes, they have the access to read the file system. You haven't done anything, right? That's just security through obscurity, which is not security. If they have access to read the processes, they have access to read any file that you got this shit in as well, right? If they have access to read the processes, they have access to listen to HTTP requests and see what you're injecting as headers. No, you can't lock down a file a bit more. If they can read processes, they have full system access. If they can read the processes running by any user, they have full system access. If your process is able to read that file and they're able to read the process that's running, they have full access to whatever your process has access to. I'm pretty sure you do need root to read the process list. I'm pretty sure you do. I'm not positive of that one. That would be a major flaw in Linux in general if you're able to read processes from every single other user. Like, anyone out there actually have more experience in that? Because that sounds like a flaw in the permission system. If you don't have root access, why should you be able to read root access processes? Like that sounds like a major fucking flaw. Like it sounds like something that Linus Torvalds would swear prolifically at someone about. I don't know about that one. Again, if someone on the server is able to read your processes, your entire environment is compromised anyway. That means either you're on a host you shouldn't be doing anything like sensitive on. No, like, again, BDSL, the only time that would ever happen is when you're on, like, a bad shared host. And a bad shared host has way worse problems anyway. If you're on anything that is hosting in a legitimate way, nobody has that access. In fact, most shared hosts won't even give you, like, CLI access if they're hosting in a terrible way like that. Again, there are things that you can do to read the processes and spit them out to whatever application you're doing. But really, like, you should never use a host that allows that stuff. There's no way in hell you're able to read all the other processes on Vercel. No, you can't do it. I'm sorry. They are sandboxing that stuff. If you are sitting there thinking about how to run your application in a way that you assume Vercel is going to leak those secrets, like, dude. So I think Space Pakal, they're assuming that if you can read the running processes, you can read the arguments that were passed to them. I am less familiar with Linux to know if that's actually possible. Right? If you can read, like, the environment variables they were exposed to, etc. Like the variables that you set when you ran the command. I'm not sure that's actually something they can do. And again, like, no, this isn't to, like, single anyone out or make them feel bad. I don't know. So I'm not sure. I can't actually say, right? They're talking about if you use the PS command. Any user can run PS to list running process information. Will that also expose, like, variables you set within the command line to the process when you ran it? Yeah, that's what I thought too. So that's the main concern, Space Pakal. If I do foo equals bar and then run my process, can PS actually see that from any user on the system? And as far as I know, the answer is no. Like, that would be insane. That sounds like a major security vulnerability in Linux itself, permissions-wise. Should root and sudo? Sure. You should, like, again, right? Omni, that's where we're assuming in reasonable systems. No. So BDSL, you're talking about arguments. I'm talking about, like, variables. So yes, that's what I was getting at. Yeah. Arguments you can probably see. The variables you set ahead of time, I don't think so. And that is basically how Vercel and all these other hosting services are actually running your thing. Any child process of your process? Again, BDSL, like, that's a supply chain issue. And if a supply chain issue gets you, you have bigger problems. A supply chain issue can listen to any request you're making anyway. right? A supply chain issue can see everything you're doing anyway, because it has the full access of the program it's being run in. Supply chain issue is the call is already coming from inside the house. It doesn't matter. They've already got you. The anti-local storage people like to use the supply chain issue as a boogeyman. The supply chain issue actually compromises everything. And that's why it's such a big problem. So if you're using cookies versus local storage, a bad supply chain problem can get around both. No matter what, it can make a request on your behalf if you're using cookies. Right? That's what I'm getting at. So, like, in the same effect, if you have a supply chain problem, you're fully compromised. You should assume that. 1,000%. Everything is compromised at that point. That's the main thing I'm getting at. And I don't think the supply chain boogeyman is actually worth worrying about in, like, the way that you're thinking. Like, you should be concerned about it. And the way to fix that is, yeah, like, if you're using unpackage in production, if the person running unpackage wants to inject malicious code into everything you're fetching from them, they can read all of your, like, local storage. Well, yeah, don't use unpackage in production. That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. There are companies that do it, and they suck, and they should be called out for it, right? But that's, like, such a boogeyman, right? It's such, like, a straw man argument. Like, yeah, if I yelled out all my passwords out my window, someone might hear them. Well, yeah, like, just don't do that. Like, you know, like, come on, man. Duh. Like, I don't know. At some point, we have to take responsibility for our own actions. Yeah, exactly. Doctor, it hurts when I do this. Well, stop doing that. Like, yeah, exactly. Well, now you tell me. Yeah, like, I just think there are arguments to be made. Some of them are bullshit. And yeah, like, when it comes to local storage versus cookies, the supply chain problem is a bullshit argument because it actually applies to both. Yeah, what if someone is, you know, injects some bad stuff into your supply chain and listens for, like, you know, lists out all your local storage values and sends it out to some server? Well, then they got to read through that haystack to actually get you. But you know what they could also do? If you're using cookies and they're in your supply chain, they could just make the request on your behalf because the cookie is set in your browser. The cookie is already there, man. They're inside the house. They can do anything they fucking want. Locking your door after they're already inside doesn't help. I have argued with a lot of people about this, actually. And I've still never heard a really, really good counter to this argument. I haven't. I've been even denied a job because I don't know enough about security, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you guys don't understand front-end applications enough. I basically had some Go developers complaining about my iterative use of try-catch rather than just using a top-level try-catch for everything. Because they didn't understand that in JavaScript, anything can throw. Instead, wrap it. Wrap it as you would expect it. And then you have good errors to act upon later. Yeah, and yeah, for sure. Allowed. Nah, dude, this was a security company, too. Go doesn't have exceptions. Go just has errors. So they wanted me to write code in a Go-like way in JavaScript, and that just doesn't fucking work. You know what the JavaScript version of that is? It's individual try-catch blocks for every like exception that could be thrown. That's actually the thing. That's actually the thing. But instead, like, no, these were back-end devs reviewing front-end code that didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. You know what their, like, biggest feedback that blows my mind is? Yeah, your application works perfectly, and it even has, like, better user experience than we were expecting, but we don't like the way you're handling errors. That doesn't work, though, Sergeant Pepper, because your async function may not return an error, so you'd have to throw a catch on it and then return the error from that catch. And you could do that, but it's the same fucking thing. Yeah, but Sergeant Pepper, that doesn't actually do that. Right? Because there are so many ways in which you could actually throw an error that doesn't bubble up to the error. Like, yeah, no, I'm going to point out, like, no, there are definitely cases where you might have something throw that is not awaitable. Okay. So you have, like, a boilerplate for it. You have a boilerplate for that. Yeah, the banner ad is something I'm doing, Omni. I did some sponsored content for Algora, which we're streaming to, and that part of it was doing that banner and reacting to the banners on a regular basis. I believe I fulfilled the obligation of that sponsored content and doing those reactions, but I like Algora, and I'm okay showing these ads still. I may turn them off at some point, but no, I like the people from Algora. I like the fact that they paid me some money just to like try this out, and they're willing to pay more. Yeah, like, you know, that's on me. That's why I definitely checked the banner for, like, you know, sponsored content or whatever, right? Let users know if your stream features branded content. This includes paid product placement, endorsement, and other commercial relationships. I got that checked. We're good to go. Yeah, they're super good. Yeah, I think Theo's a big fan too. No, so I get that, Sergeant Pepper, and I probably should have done that. Right? But also, any back-end dev reviewing front-end code and not understanding that an individual try-catch is worthwhile, they should not be reviewing front-end code. It's just that simple, actually. They have no fucking clue. And keep in mind that there are also functions you might run that aren't async. At which point, like, a .catch isn't going to do anything. So if you're doing bcrypt, bcrypt isn't async. It's a synchronous thing that just throws when it fails. So yeah, there are certain things where you still got to do your own try-catch. Yeah. No, totally. I get that there, Sergeant Pepper. Like, makes sense. But yeah, there is absolutely a bunch of stuff. All right, so let me get more music going. Obviously, like, I enjoy these conversations. So for you, the beast doesn't include selling out. Wait, who's the beast? What's the beast? I mean, Mr. Beast definitely sold out. Mr. Beast might be the beast at this point. Heaven help us when that dude fucking runs for office. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like people just do stuff for money. As he's got like the Pepsi hat on and he's eating Doritos. Good call, BDSL. I'm definitely thinking of something that did throw in the context of this like application I built. Now, hold on. Hold on. We can go look at it at this point. Dude, I made a fucking beautiful application, right? The front end stuff of it was really fucking good. But, yeah. Dude, the devs at Teleport fucking suck. Like, fuck those guys. Yeah. This is after I refactored it to do the top level just 500. Because they were dicks about it. Yeah, here it is, right? I did individual, like, you know, awaitable things. Could I have done the abstraction you're talking about? Yes. But it was so much nicer to just like, yeah, this one section, right? If any of these things fail out along the way, well, cool, whatever. We'll just, yeah, I'll throw it up and then catch it here and then bam, 400 login validation failure. Right? Like I was throwing individual errors that made more sense. Nope, they hated it. Go is a fine language, but when Go developers think they know front end, that's when we got problems, man. No, their exact comment was, exceptions are for exceptional behavior. And that's just not true in JavaScript. That's just not true. Right? They are back-end devs, back-end Go devs, thinking they know how the front end works, and it just doesn't work that way. Yeah, who defines what exceptional is? Assholes, right? Nothing exceptional about an error. Pretty shit to me, right? Kappa. Like, dude, yeah, just... Can we recognize it would have been a terrible job having to work with those assholes? Ugh, that shit would have sucked. That shit would have sucked. Nothing would ever be good enough. Exactly. It's a self-report about what they know about JavaScript. Exceptions are for exceptional behavior. Motherfucker. Hanging in. We're catching errors, not exceptions, dude. Did you see the word exception anywhere in my code? Nope. Now, I'm still like super bummed on it. Like, yeah, so your front end application, great UX, everything's tabbable, really nice, except, and then like they bring up things that are not related to front end problems, right? They're like judging me based upon how I did my back end logic. Like, motherfuckers, it's a front end role. You don't like how I do errors? Cool. I'm consuming your errors. Make your back end not do that and we're good to go. Like, it was such a bullshitty interview process. It was such a more involved take-home application as well. Like, it was easily a 15 to 20 hour, like, take-home application to do it right. Because they wanted me to spin up the back end and all that shit. You want to do it right for a front-end role? Have a Docker container I pull down and I consume. There we go. Problem solved. Nah, but yeah, I feel bad for any front-end dev at their company. You know a company I haven't heard about in the 3 years since then? Teleport. So, like, yeah. Good luck. But I am out of water. Hold on. Let me go use the restroom. Pour some more water. Be right back. I keep getting sidetracked and not finishing this presentation. That's on me.
Saddle up, partner.
Anyway, let's get back to what we're actually doing. And yeah, Misty, thank you for that follow. I don't know if I remembered saying so, but yeah, thank you. Oh wait, hold on. What was your question? Reading effective TS. Why does the Angular function do that? Maybe because it was done before that book was made, and that best practice was not established. And they can't break backwards compatibility. You might find that a lot of things are the way they are because they can't break backwards compatibility. Yep, no worries. Yeah, the only reason I would push back on env command is that it's been 4 years since it's been touched. Do we think it's stable? It might be. I don't know. We'll move on. So back to what we're doing. Alrighty. So if we look back at what we're trying to make here, we got a bunch of that junk. We got guardrails in there. The flow stuff, we got chain forge and prompt flow. And then for telemetry, yeah, this is where open LLMetry chimes in. So this is evaluation telemetry. And I really want to finish this because I don't want to work on it anymore. I know, I'll have to actually make a video about it, but ugh. Okay, so is my use case actually the thing we want to do this with? No, BDSL, just don't use unpackaged in production. Just don't do it. It just adds another like point of failure that can take down your application. Why not just download it and bundle it, and then you're done? Exactly, Grainstack. Because it's not something you should actually be using for anything serious. That's the biggest thing. Dev. It hurts when I do this. Stop doing that. God, if I could type. Compromise. What am I using for AI right now? Basically nothing. I do have tab 9 installed. I actually tab complete what it recommends maybe 5% of the time. Maybe I am Grug Brain, but AI doesn't actually serve a major purpose for me. It just doesn't. I feel like this is a good tweet. I should have like vetted it with y'all before I like submitted it. No, I didn't. It's been doctored. No reason for it to be vetted. Well played on the wordplay. All right, touche there, BDSL. Appreciate that. That's a solid joke. We'll take it. We'll take it. That's a really solid joke. And oh shit, I don't think I've seen your photo. I just randomly clicked your name because I wanted to see like how long you've been following, etc. I believe it was from like a raid from non-codes back in March anyway, right? So yeah, welcome. Appreciate you. Yeah, no worries, man. I like seeing someone's like face associated to their account because it makes it feel more real. Like it feels more like a person rather than just like, are you an AI? You might still be an AI, but at least the AI has a face. Okay. Well, you doxed yourself on that one. Ooh, it's a .uk instead of a .co.uk. Interesting. That's like way more official, isn't it? The AI has a face. Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, awesome, Barney. Dude, super cool. I feel like you're kind of close to my age. Did you catch a lot of shit in school because your name was Barney? If you were here in the US, you would have caught a lot of shit. Maybe it wasn't as much shit in the UK. How many times have you heard someone say, I love you, you love me, etc., right? Oh, the dinosaur came out when you were a teenager. That's even worse. Oh, shit. Oh, that's even worse, man. alt.barney.dinosaur.die. Is that like just an entire group of people named Barney that really hate that fucking dinosaur? If so, that's awesome. I love the fact that that exists now. Okay. That'd be like a good, like a meme. Like Barney's anonymous. You're not that anonymous. We all know your name, Barney. That'd be almost like a good joke. Like a good SNL skit. Back in 1998, Barney's Anonymous meets. Yeah, fuck that dinosaur, man. Ugh. I just want to be anonymous. Like, I don't want people to know. Like, well, honestly, do you want to be that anonymous? You came to a Barney's Anonymous group. You're not that anonymous. I know, it's not that funny. It's still funnier than most of what SNL does. Oh yeah, I forgot that groups.google actually like aggregates like Usenet groups. That's actually kind of cool. Damn, this one is dying on the vine. Only 32 views? Yikes. Yeah, it's probably the wrong time of day to post it, but also maybe just a bad meme. Touche. Touche. Welcome to CM Griffing, the home of bad memes. CM Griffing, where memes go to die. Not wrong. No, you're totally right. Like, there's definitely like a time frame where like tweets have like more chance of like getting traction. There we go. Mr. Faberdev at least liked it. See, I have at least one fan out there. Too late in linear time, not too late in the day? Linear time to what? People complain about unpackage all the time. So yeah, like, you're thinking I need to make more, like, topical tweets, and I'm thinking I actually fucking hate that. So no, like, no, I'm making tweets for the boomers, right? The people of my generation. Right? Like the... Hold on. Like, the millennial boomers. Oh, I see. Like, Twitter's the wrong platform? Like, what, Blue Sky? I need to just pay for buffer so I can post to, like, Blue Sky, Threads, and Twitter from, like, the same account, right? At the same time. I need to actually just start paying for buffer. No matter what, I need to build up some audience somewhere else just because Elon is tanking this shit into the ground. I think it's fine. It's basically cytogenesis at that point, right? If you post them all to the same place at the same time, who's to say which is the original? It just becomes an identity crisis at that point. I already got one of them. Who am I outside of my content? Right? Identity crisis 1.0 right there. I've never even heard of the idea of plagiarizing yourself. Who made up that idea? Like, where does that even come from? How is that even legitimate? Self-plagiarism? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. doing work once and having multiple things you might claim about it actually sounds totally fine to me. Hey, I did this one study, but I found 3 different things from it, and I'm gonna make 3 different papers based upon the idea. Like, how is that self-plagiarism? I don't even think that makes sense. Nah, fuck no. Nope, I don't think so. I think whoever made up that term is just an asshole. I would disagree. Like, if the work I did satisfies 2 different classes, why should I have to do the work twice? Hey, I took a statistics class and I also took a sociology class. The study I did applies to both. Fuck it, deal with it. Why should I have to do unique work for each one? What's the point? Nah, I think that's a bullshit distinction. I think self-plagiarism is a bullshit thing. On dating apps? Like you use the same formula to respond to people? Fuck it, dude. Like, no, you're playing a numbers game anyway. Play the numbers game. Nah, I push back on all of this shit. I push back on all of this shit. The people that care are people you shouldn't associate with anyway. Yeah, like the dating thing, that's total bullshit. Like, come on, man. But really, like, no, if I use the same study and analyze it differently for 2 different classes, like, come on, man. I'm not using the same fucking paper. If you're using the same exact paper, I could see that as self-plagiarism, sure. Is it lazy? Yeah. If it applies to both easily, like, well, fuck it. That's almost like, yeah, that's how bullshitty your classes are. I could make the same study for both and we're good. Like, dude, like, no, I would push back on that so hard. I completely disagree. If I conduct one study and write 2 different papers from it, is that plagiarism? I don't think so. If I use the same study for 2 different classes, is that really plagiarism? Or are these classes separated from each other being total bullshit? Yeah, like the fact that they're separated is total bullshit. I should be able to use work I've done for one class towards another class because they satisfy both criteria. Like, what is fucking wrong with it? I'm not violating ethics, I'm solving a rubric. Okay, so it's like if you ignore and don't post that you're using the same thing. Got it. Right? So if you omit something, then it's plagiarism. Ugh. Like, who fucking cares? But also, I could see it. Okay. In academia, that makes sense. If I just cite the fact that I did it in both classes, like, are we good to go? Should a teacher downgrade you for it? That would be fucking bullshit. Okay, so if you omit it, then yes, you're running afoul. But if you actually add it, like the citation of like, yeah, I'm referencing the other class I did, whatever, a teacher that downgrades that, that's bullshit. Because if your subject matter is so relevant to each other, the work is still valid. Right? So yeah, I would say omitting a citation, a problem. Citing yourself, or at least like referencing the fact that you use the same work for 2 classes. What's the fucking problem there? So yeah, I would just point that part out. Like, what's the fucking actual problem? Nothing. Right? So yeah, I get that. I get that. So BDSL, I think the big point is, if you're on a separate platform, then who fucking cares? If you're the original author of all things on all platforms, then like, fuck it, dude. Like, no, you're the original author, especially if they're published at the same time. You do need to sleep. Yeah. Like, your UK time. What is it, like 3 a.m. for you? Yeah, you're like 20 minutes away from 3 a.m. The fact that I kind of knew that? Worldwide. When it comes to Twitch streaming, CM Griffin is worldwide. God. Wait, is it really 3 a.m. in Brazil too? Wait, really? Yeah, I mean, BDSL, that pretends I know what UTC is. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, that sounded insane to me, but I'm not gonna question someone. Like, whatever. So Revolt's simply saying it's late where they're at, and it's like time for them to go to sleep. That was like the comment they were. I get it. I get it. That's fine. I understand it from context now. I mean, Brazil could have the same time of day as the UK if someone in Brazil simply uses UTC as their like timestamp. Well, fuck it. For them, it's the same time of day, man. I agree that's an edge case, but we're talking about edge cases at this point, aren't we? The edgiest of the edge cases. Time for sleep there, Revolt. Yeah, no, I get it. For sure, man. Do your thing. We'll see you soon. Alright, so let's go look at our slides. God, I am so dragging my feet on this shit. I am dragging my feet so hard. Because this is content I don't actually want to make. Wait, is that marijuana? That totally looks like weed, right? Alright, so, yeah, shit. We got a bunch of stuff we gotta, like, find soon. Imported slides? Are you kidding me? Like, I didn't even have that. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Alright, so, like, highlight MD. How does highlight help? I don't fucking know. Alright, so slide dev is actually really bad. But actually updating on our specific changes. Like, dude, slide dev is like bumming me out, man. Like, I'm actually really bummed on slide dab at this point. Like, what's the point if I have to keep... Wait, oh god, I fucked that one up. If I have to keep, like, restarting my server... Wait, is that really the last slide? No way. That's the last slide? It really is. Yeah, touche. No, that's my fault. Okay, so... Right? Scene. The evals of LLMs. Evaluating your LLM prompting and results. The premise, you know, evaluating and testing your application's use of LLMs. What does that actually mean? Well, that might mean avoiding hallucinations. Maybe you have an application that uses RAG to add context to a response. Maybe you have workflows that you want to fine tune, right? Like maybe something like LangChain or some other tool to connect various agents toward a final result. Possibly safety checks, like maybe you want to make sure that your LLM is outputting something that is keeping you legal. For sure, right? Laws are important, especially when you're doing something that could tell people crazy stuff. And then maybe even cost optimization. So like maybe you want to track the token usage trends of requests and responses over time. What is costing you more money than it should? I don't know. Let's find out. So evaluation in general. We could look at frameworks like RAGAS, DeepEval, MLflow, Phoenix, and DeepChecks. I don't know nearly enough about them, but let's like fire them up. So RAGAS does some bullshit, and I don't know what it is yet, and I'm gonna have to like look into it, but I'm talking like I would be filling in the blanks of what it actually does. DeepEval, very similar. I still haven't dug in enough, and it's probably fine, but like, yeah, DeepEval helps you solve some of these problems in a really cool way, I think. MLflow, another tool, but probably takes a lot more work to actually like integrate and do stuff with. MLflow seems really interesting. I haven't done enough work. Phoenix is another, and then DeepChecks is yet another. So yeah, if you want to evaluate your tools using some general tooling, right? Like how you build your like open like or your LLM stuff is related to all of these things we just mentioned. But what about like evaluating your flows? So this is different from just a simple evaluation of an individual LLM and its other stuff, right? So what do I mean by flows? This is basically when other stuff might like tie into each other. And I've definitely read some stuff that says you should build out your LLM usage and your prompting in a way that your smallest prompting is like individually packaged. So for a specific prompt, you might want to prompt for something that an assistant asks for. But after that, you might want to do another thing that takes the output of the first LLM and then analyzes it in a different way and then passes that on to somewhere else. So all of these things need to be like individually like optimizable. So how do you actually measure the impact of your flows, right? And that is important. So if we look at frameworks that are important for analyzing your flows, there are ChainForge and PromptFlow, and there might be others. I might have missed them. ChainForge is one, and it does blank. I don't actually know. PromptFlow is another by Microsoft that is actually a way to compose these things, but it also adds its own like metrics for like analyzing these things, which is its own special, unique snowflake. And then from there, like, let's look at evaluation of safety. So how do you make sure that you're not outputting something that could get you in legal hot water? Well, really, what does safety mean? Technically, safety is like illegal content, harmful content, or possibly like escaping your sandbox and prompting. Like, could someone prompt your bot to escape their sandbox and then do anything they ever wanted? Like, how are you protecting against that? And yeah, there are evaluation frameworks for it, such as guardrails. I don't have the context or like how you would use this, but I'm trying to fill the blanks and understand how long this video might be if I talk through this stuff. And then finally, like evaluation via telemetry. So evaluation via telemetry, the biggest thing is Open LLMetry from Traceloop. And it's a really cool tool. If you wanted to integrate it with Highlight, it's actually fairly straightforward. You just implement like or import their SDK, and the Highlight IO SDK would tie into that. And my use case is actually related to some stuff that I would totally show you if I didn't want to like really get this done, to get a rough draft out for Highlight IO, and I would totally fill in the blanks here as need be. So how does Highlight actually help? Well, technically, I don't know. According to that IDFK, Highlight would help me actually record a bunch of statistics that I could analyze later. And they are there in Highlight's tooling. And what does Highlight give me? A really reasonable free tier in which I could record all this stuff and then query it, and then like a really nice dashboard in which I could see that data. And from there, I don't actually know how to end this video. This is just me doing the bare minimum version of a video talking about this stuff and explaining some of these topics. And I bet that some of this would go a bit later. So the fact that we're at 6 minutes is actually kind of useful. I bet we could imagine filling in some of those blanks a bit more. So I hope you enjoyed this content. I hope you go check out Highlight and maybe look at how I envision and show some of these graphs that I'm totally not showing right now. And this gives me at least a good insight into how long this content about it might be. Cheers. I'll see you guys again soon. Like and subscribe, etc. All right, so yeah, you know, like that was my really damn basic version of making a video about these things. I think I would be hard pressed to make it longer than 8 minutes, but I think that lines up with the timing they were expecting for that. I think that recording is something I could use to pass on to them to see like, hey, is this even like the flow they're looking for a video? Because I really don't want to put any more effort into that for at least another couple days. This was me recording some stuff and doing a thing. So EN9E, how you doing? Yeah, you feel like you're being ignored? I'm sorry. I needed to record that. That's on me. Are you still out there, or did you already leave? I need to get your humor? Ooh, I don't know about that. Yeah, humor actually needs to be funny. Yeah, I'm giving you only the attention you deserve. Anything beyond that, like, I don't know, man. None of your comments actually deserved attention so far. I don't care where you're from. Your comments were pretty much garbage. But hold on, let me at least go to the folder in which that stuff got recorded. Highlight outline timing. All right, so I'll send that video to him, I think. I just ruined you. Why? Like, dude, because it seems like you're trolling at this point. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm already giving you more attention than you deserve. Okay, so for tomorrow, we're not going to be doing this BS. Because I at least want like a good 3 days of not doing this LLM bullshit. Like, I really don't like making this content. I could make a shilly video about it, sure. But man, like, occupying my stream time for it? I don't like it. I just don't give a shit. I don't use LLMs in a major way. So, like, it's not good content, I would think. No, like, dude, what I just recorded is not like the final thing that the video would be. This is me giving them at least like an outline of what I would talk about, and if even that's like the outline they care about. Mr. Faberdev, like, that is not a final product for anything, man. Have you seen any of my YouTube videos? You know that's not what I do. Like, dude, chill. That wasn't even a proper take. Ah, new print, little, yellow, different. If I seem frustrated, Mr. Faberdev, how much do you think I want to actually embrace my frustratedness? I'm gonna do the slow blink at you. How much do you think I want to talk about? How much I don't care about the thing I just recorded? If I didn't even like recording it, how much do I want to talk about it? So I don't know, man, like, read the room. All right, so we recorded as much of the BS. Oh my God. You saying you do deserve attention, and I gave your comment some attention, and I think you're actually fishing for a ban. Like, I don't think you actually want to be here. I think you want to be banned. How old is your account? Your account was created 5 days ago. Yeah, you're definitely trolling. I can just make sure no one else has to see your comments. So you are restricted. You're not banned yet, but holy shit. No one else should actually have to see your word vomit. That's fine, like, you're still word vomiting, man. Nobody needs to see that. I'm thinking even me. All right, so here's my thing. We created these slides. Tomorrow, we actually do more Walter stuff. Because we need to finish doing, like, the Walter, like, Astro stuff. Yeah, so this is the main gist. Tomorrow, we move back onto the Vexilla doc site. No, not Vexilla, sorry. To the Walter doc site. Right? We get to work on something I actually want to work on. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? No disassemble. This movie is the #1 reason I could never actually date someone named Stephanie. Stephanie! Right? Like, I would yell that so much that, yeah, they would never be able to actually, like, stick with me. There's no way I could actually date someone named Stephanie because I would quote Johnny 5 too much. Stephanie! Like, yeah, totally. Like, it just couldn't happen. That's just science. Your mother was a snowblower. Like, dude, like, yeah. He's got so many good lines in that original film. Like, it's super good. What do you mean, Newton Crosby? Like, yeah, right? Your mother was a snowblower. Like, dude, that line is so good. So, yeah, we're at 7 p.m. We can actually work on something I want to work on tomorrow. I think I do that voice quite well, for sure. I've seen that show enough that, yeah, totally. The Plague, yeah. Oh, Kinslayer, yeah. The actor is Fisher Stevens. His real name is Stephen Fisher, but there was already a Stephen Fisher. But yeah, Fisher Stevens is a white dude that played Ben from the Short Circuit films. So yeah, The Plague is Ben, right? Doing the worst fucking impression of an Indian dude. Oh my goodness gracious. Like, he says that line. I'm pretty sure. Oh, Mr. Newton Crosby, would you not like to consider something else? Like, dude, he says some terrible fucking lines. Like, it's really bad. It's like the most stereotypical, like, brown face that's been done in recent memory. It's really fucking awful. It's like really fucking awful. He says, oh my goodness gracious, in the film. Like, it's really bad, dude. There's no doubt in my mind that he couldn't get, like, real roles later in his career because he has that pockmark on his entire fucking acting history. Yeah, oh, you're the guy that played the really bad Indian. Ah, touche. Touche. I get it. Yeah. So, we're gonna go with someone else. Right? For every role he's ever had. Wait, what was the, like, other roles you played? Oh, you played Ben in Short Circuit. Oh. Yeah, we don't want that backlash. We'll be in touch. It's really bad, dude. Like, oh my god. Like, it's so bad. But yeah, we should go raid somebody. Who's even streaming right now? I don't know, man. We see Nick Wan. We see Evan J. Stern. We see... Oh, Pirate Software? No, hold on. Let me refresh. Oh, Pirate Software is actually going at this hour? Oh, he's playing World of Warcraft? Eight stream streak? Hell yeah. Wait, what is Paige doing? I don't follow Paige. I have no idea who that is. I see Snowcone, Mr. Horologist, Blaze Bits, Evan J. Stern, Productive Time, Nick Wan, Earend, Travis Roman. We haven't rated him in a while, you know? Chris Titus Tech, and Coding with Strangers. Early release of a new expansion. Oh, is that it? I'm going to raid Pirate Software just out of, like, solidarity. just because I never get a chance to actually raid him. I think he's great. Like, he kills it. We used to actually overlap when I used to, like, stream early in the day. Right? Like, let's just do it. Fuck it. Like, you guys got a stream you would rather go to, maybe. Honestly, he's great. Let's go see what he's up to. Yeah, sorry, Galahad. I'm wrapping up for the night. Wow, his usage and, like, macros and, like, all the shit he does, like, he plays World of Warcraft at a way higher level than I've ever even tried. I don't actually enjoy it. I don't like World of Warcraft. It's just not fun for me. But, let's go say hi, because I never see him streaming at this hour. So fuck it. Why not? We'll go say hi. I don't know, man. If he enjoys the game, he enjoys the game. Like, cool. We're gonna go raid him. Yeah, I'll be over on my gaming stream. I'll see you there real soon. For sure. So, yeah. YouTube Algora. See you guys later. Cheers.